Meanwhile, Adele, home alone, is expected to be more concerned with improving the family's social standing.
Right Honourable Bertram Catterall Maddox.
So Juliet has tasked her with holding a lavish dinner party for some illustrious guests.
I just don't think I'm posh enough to associate with people with a law degree from Cambridge University. I'd rather invite the working class people from down the road who'll be have a jolly old knees up in here, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Make-believe was so real to him, but see him getting rounder.
It's nearing the end of the week in the Edwardian era, and the Taylor children are becoming accustomed to the new family dynamic away from their parents.
I think it's fun being with the nursery because there's lots of toys and things to do, and downstairs there's sitting down and books. I think they're missing us more than we're missing them, actually, because we're having quite a lot of fun, but Mum says it's a bit boring just sitting there doing sewing, so yeah, I think they're missing us more.
After spending most of the week cooped up inside, Adele has discovered one way for her and Megan to escape.
How'd you get out? We loved him. Oh, you're kidding. Bikes!
With a hefty price tag, bikes were only for the wealthy. But they offered a new independence for women who had always been driven and chauffeured. They now had the freedom to travel alone.
This bit of Edwardian life I like. It's strange how after being locked in a house, you feel like you just got this bit of freedom. I want to run around the park going, yeah, I'm free! And I'm kind of just not wanting to go back home.
Did you eat anything last night?
No, we couldn't eat it. Back on Albert Road, Ian Golding is comparing lifestyles with his lowly neighbour.
So you had bread this morning?
No, because there's nothing to, unless you want to eat dry bread, there's nothing to put on it.
Did you eat this morning?
We haven't eaten.
We had a very nice pigeon pie last night because we want to aspire to be like the
Do you?
poshies at the end, you see.
Historian Juliet has some news for the social climbing Ian that might bring him down to earth.
You can aspire to go to join them, or you can join my revolution. It's entirely up to you. Depends if you want to live or not.
I have to tell you, actually, the divide between you and the Meadows is much less than you think.
Ian is living the life of his great-great-grandfather, Nathan Lutsky. But on the other branch of his family tree is another ancestor, Abraham Weinstein, whose life in Britain was very different to Nathan's.
They would have come over at the time of the pogroms after the assassination of the Tsar. At one point, about 91% of the residents of Spitalfields of the East End were Jewish. Your own family, you know, the two parents and the four children, the 6 people, were all living in 2 rooms.
It makes me feel very humble because I think I've ignored my family history completely. And I don't know why. It's never something I've shown any interest in.
Life was hard for the Weinsteins, and within 10 years of arriving, Abraham's wife, Kate, died at the age of only 39.
So she died in December.
Same age as us.
She died of TB, consumption.
I'm so quite emotional. We're very spoiled. We take so much for granted, I think. You wouldn't have been able to do that 100 years ago. You couldn't take anything for granted, really. We're bloody lucky. Bloody lucky to be here. And we're lucky to be how we are. And we could be like the Meadows is next door.
Next door at number 1, the house is a hive of activity, preparing for tonight's grand dinner party.
Go right down. Yeah.
Mrs. McMullen needs extra hands to make sure the evening runs smoothly, so she's promoted Saskia to housemaid.
Transfer your weight. Down, 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 down. Now, welcome to the scullery, Genevieve.
Downstairs, Genevieve has been taken on as Saskia's replacement in the scullery.
I am very pleased with the way that your sister has worked, so you've got something to live up to.
With only one day left for the Meadows to make the 22 shillings they need to avoid eviction, Saskia and Genevieve are earning vital money for the family.
Don't even know if I'm doing this right. Oh my god, what the heck?
Miss Mullen, you must pluck this pigeon, please.
How'd you pluck it?
She said she'll be down soon, but here.
I don't know how to do it.
Just start plucking the feathers off, Jen. Just grab a feather, pluck it off. Don't get any diseases, Jenna.
To make sure that Taylor's dinner party has the wow factor, technology expert Joe has arrived to introduce Michael to the very latest in home entertainment.
Right, Michael, I have something to show you. Fabulous. Do you know what this is?
It looks like a camera.
That's pretty good. It's a magic lantern.
All right.
I want you to entertain your dinner party guests with a magic lantern show.
Okay, I'd love to. Yes.
Okay. This is it for entertainment. You don't have a TV. This
No,
is your
it's brilliant.
Edwardian home cinema system. And I wouldn't let too many of these slip into the collection.
Look at that.
The Taylor ladies get dressed in their finery. Downstairs, the guests are starting to arrive.
Susan Reynolds.
Miss Reynolds.
Juliet Gardner is here to see if the Taylors can entertain like true Edwardians and do their wealthy ancestors proud.
Right Honourable Bertram Catterall Maddox.
We really need a scientific value to ask me.
How would be best to address you?
Oh, Bertie.
Thank you.
Too nice of me.
Please take a seat. Right, are you ready? No, you're not. Because you haven't got this prepared.
Newly promoted Saskia is doing her best to keep service on track.
Right, once you've washed them on here, once it's all washed, dry.
I know.
Don't drop anything, but we've got to do it quick time, so we need it all again.
Now, these slides are quite special.
Upstairs, the guests are enjoying the magic lantern show.
Oh, that's good.
Even the reluctant Adele is getting into the spirit of things.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, my mistake.
Very, very good.
Next door, the middle-class Goldings are entertaining themselves.
You are singing brilliantly.
Ian has decided to abandon strict Edwardian discipline.
To be able to hold Jack is the first time I think I've held him. It was lovely. It was really lovely. It makes me feel more like a dad. I'm a dad, not a father. So to have the opportunity to hold him was lovely.
This is very pretty, Sergeant. Yeah, very pretty. We either need to be taller, I think, or our decorations smaller.
An evening like this one could cost more than a poor family had to live on for 2 years.
If there are no calamities, I will be absolutely amazed. Oh, she's notoriously clumsy.
Now it's...
But it's not Saskia who slipped up.
What? Are you kidding? Genevieve, that's not funny.
I didn't mean to do it, Saskia.
This is taken out of our wages, on a serious note, because that was the first thing that Miss McMullen said to me.
At 9 pence, a bone china cup costs almost a day's pay.
Wow.
Very annoyed at my sister. We're probably going to be back to nearly zero. So I'm not very happy, and my parents are going to be livid.
I want to be honest, but I'm scared of Miss McMullen. That's something like that. I don't know her name.
Genevieve needs to pluck up the courage to confess to a busy Mrs. McMullen.
While I was washing up,
Please open up the lid. You're not set.
Yes. While I was washing up, I went to dry this cup and it fell off the table and it smashed. It's one of the white ones.
All right. I think that's the
I'm sorry.
It happens.
It happens.
Luckily, Mrs. McMullen has her hands full, and Genevieve's off the hook. Dinner parties were all about excess, and tonight Adele will have to see her way through 8 sumptuous courses.
If the lady at the house actually knew how many courses there were, maybe she adjusted her courses appropriately.
First come the hors d'oeuvre,
No, thank you very much.
followed by asparagus,
We weren't in a maid, but we went making socks.
2 fish dishes, 1 meat dish, Genevieve's pigeons, and vegetables presented with typical Edwardian flamboyance. But however grand the meal, for Adele the evening is meaningless without her family.
We've had the most wonderful foods I've never tasted in my life before, like being in the fanciest restaurant I've ever been. And I haven't been able to enjoy it because the family haven't been with us while we ate it. Sorry.
Why are all of you crying all the time?
The residents of Albert Road are preparing to leave the lives of their Edwardian ancestors behind.
After living their life, I feel more detached from my ancestors. It's nice to do all the great things and do the stuff, but I don't want to do things on my own. I really don't. I want to do things with my family.
My ancestors, I don't know how they must have lived like this. My family's found it difficult when there's 4 of us in this house and we're only here for 5 days. For them to live like this for the rest of their life must be very difficult and it's quite heartbreaking.
Susanna and Juliet are back to catch up with the families.
It's time to find out how the family unit has survived the Edwardian experience. Have our families lived like true Edwardians within the rigid class structure?
How has it been for you living in the posh house?
It's been horrible.
Yeah.
Absolutely awful. I didn't see the children. I didn't see my husband. Me and Megan were locked in this room 90% of the time with nothing to do. There's no purpose. As a busy working mum, every minute of the day is looking forward to family time, trying to catch that time with children and just having nothing to do, no purpose, nobody needs you. You've got no say in anything as a woman in this era. I could walk out this door and nobody would notice that I wasn't here, probably for days.
What do you think is most distinctive about the Edwardian family unit?
It seemed like a bunch of single people living in a big house.
I don't think there's any such word as the Edwardian family.
Next door, the middle-class Goldings are less disparaging of the early 1900s.
Evenings, the way the
Have more
family
fun.
behaved in the evenings. It is so easy just to turn on the TV. I think it would be nice not to do that all the time.
Meanwhile, Ian, you've had to take on the role of the strict Edwardian father. Your role sounded like the one that you might enjoy.
Strictness for an Edwardian father seems to be just for the sake of being strict. The Edwardian father needs to understand that it's not such a bad thing sometimes to show a bit of emotion.
But trapped in the cycle of survival, the working-class family had it hardest.
We really lived this, and it was bloody awful. And it really was. The first few days until we got our act together, it was just awful. And then we kicked in, and we made it work. But We could have easily gone the other way, or just gone home, actually.
Yeah. Well, Juliet, how have they done financially?
I've got your budget here. So your total outgoings in your week were 21 shillings and 10 pence. Okay. So now let's look at your income. As a family, you have earned 28 shillings, 4.5 pence. So well done. Pretty good. You've lived within your budget and some. Well done.
I think it pushed us to the max though. I think as a family, I think we did really well.
Children's reaction to this has actually amazed me. I cannot believe the girls have really had to change, because if anything, they're probably, they're a little bit more spoiled at home. But I've been so proud of both of them.
For the families, it's the end of the Edwardian era. Next time on Albert Road, it's the Roaring Twenties.
Cheers.
Might be a little bit bumpy here, madam.
The Great Depression is just around the corner.
I'll leave you with 4 chairs. Anything else of value will need to be sold.
Who will ride the storm?
No, we haven't sell that yet. No, we'll sell the kids first.
Hmm?
You know it's 2 o'clock? Yeah, I know. I got on.
There we go. So that's one.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to another video, and it's you into Hugs World. And today, we're back with another video, and we're going to do a video on this Coca-Cola cooler that I love so much. I'm a Coke fan. You don't have to be a Coke fan in order to buy this, but I did get it off of Amazon.com. I will leave a link in the description down below where I got it from again, and I did pay $50 for this. Let me know at the end of the video if this was worth the $50 or not. Okay, so let's talk about what comes in the box. First, you're going to get a manual, and you're going to get an AC cord to plug into your AC outlet. Also, what comes with it is a DC cord, which I thought was very different. So if you want to use this on the go in your car, you can. Just make sure you strap up before you take it away. Before you drive off, and you're good to go. Now, we're going to take a closer look around this and to see if it is worth the buy for you or not. Okay, first things first. This is how you open it up. You push this lever, you grab the back here, and it opens up. You have a grid right here that you put up top. Your sodas can go down at the bottom. If you have a Snickers or a Milky Way or anything you want to keep cold, you can put it here at the top. And if not, you can put up to 8 cans of Coca-Cola right in here. And I'm telling you, it will keep all of them cold. And or you can put 16-ounce bottles of Coca-Cola in here, Pepsi, water, or whatever you may have. I thought this was definitely a great gadget to have at home. Now, I'm going to say that this is mainly for the guy who has a garage. So if you're doing your yard, if you got company coming over and you want to have some drinks chilled outside without having, I thought this was a great idea to have. $50 well spent for me. Now, we're turning around, and this is where you plug everything up at. You got your AC plug here where you plug up, and then you got your DC, and you can simply just cut this off while it's plugged up. The green light will go off when you do. I don't know why you want to do that, because I want my drinks cold and chilled and ready to go when I get home. The other thing is that it does have a little compressor to help keep it cool so it doesn't get hot, and that is and does get kind of noisy. So if you're in a place where you're trying to watch TV or you're listening to music down low or you're just simply having a conversation with somebody, this is noticeably loud. Not loud to the point where, it's, noisy, but it is loud to the point where you will notice it sounds just like a mini refrigerator. So the other thing I like is that you got the little handle here. So when you're ready to carry and go, just grab this handle and you're good to go. So I'm going to say, guys, this is definitely not a bad deal for $50. Who knows, it may go on sale by the time you go to Amazon.com and you may be able to get it for cheaper. I don't know if they have any used, but if they do, I suggest that you go ahead and give this a shot. Okay, guys, that's going to be it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was informative. And if it was, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. And if you want to see more videos like this, then please make sure you subscribe to my channel. And as always, I will see you all at the next video. Take care.
With summer coming to an end, it's time to unbox something that I've really been looking forward to. And Mitchell actually is going to be really pissed off at me. I'm not going to lie about this. Mitchell's going to be pissed off because we reached out to our friends over at Best Buy and we said, hey, we need to do another review of the month. We need to talk about some upcoming products. They sent us a whole slew of products. But actually, we're going to give away some of these products, and you're going to decide exactly how we give it away and which products we give away. And this could be one of those products, but this is something that Mitchell said, oh, I got to check this out. This is really cool. And, if you're not aware, Mitchell is in Los Angeles. I'm in Montreal. So when stuff gets sent to me, I typically have to ship it up to Mitchell or vice versa, depending on who wants to review things. So I fully intended to send this off to Mitchell until I actually saw it and realized what it was. And this is a Coca-Cola mini fridge that is designed to be used both outdoors, perhaps on a boat, in your home, in your office. And I just had to crack it open because when I saw it delivered and I realized what it actually was, I said, there's no way on earth Mitchell's going to get this thing. Let's do this together and let's take a look at this mini fridge. It's designed to hold 8 cans of Coke. It's a very, very cool retro styling. I mean, this looks like a can of Coke. You can see right here, it's a can of Coke. And it's a mini fridge. Let's see how this thing actually works because there's a power adapter. There's a DC and AC power adapter. Now I'm looking here saying, okay, where's the adapter? And I realize, you know what? What better place to house something like that than probably inside the fridge? So let's see. There's a door in the front here, and there's a latch over here, and look at that. There's your Coca-Cola mini fridge. That's the DC adapter if you want to use that in a boat or a car. And this is the AC adapter if you want to plug it in at home. That means that it has reached optimal temperature for the Coca-Cola consumption, which is something that's extremely important. Got a nice seal here. The whole design is plastic, so you got some ventilation on the top, I guess, for the cooling mechanism. A little shelf so you can separate your Coke if you want to. Obviously, the cans are supposed to go in horizontally, I believe. Actually, if you look at the manual here, they are supposed to sit vertically. So we can hit 4 cans vertically if you put them in here. I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to put this to the test. Mitchell, this is not
not coming to you. Sorry about that. It was your fault for requesting it in the first place and having it sent to me. This is not going to make its way to Woodland Hills, California. Sorry. Very cool Coca-Cola fridge, courtesy of our friends over at Best Buy. Check out bestbuy.com, bestbuy.ca. A very cool gift. This is ideal for dorms. Do you have a small office space that you want to put this up for display? You can definitely house.
Really? Like, the fuck?
If you wear glasses or contacts, you must see this. An award-winning doctor reveals an astonishing, natural way to reclaim the 20/20 vision you were born with.
Do you know it's 2 o'clock? Yeah, I know. I got all messed up. Does Ronnie have a license? What is his father used to having him get home at 2 o'clock? Your head. By the time 1.
This is fucking stupid. Holy shit. Just do fucking anything. Fuck, I hate you.
To report a gas leak, some other type of issue like that, or to report that you have a missing person or can't locate one of your family members, call that number. We'll get that down, and we will start having the law enforcement take a look at that and trying to locate them.
Off them, playing with them, jumping off of them, fishing off of them.
After years of dealing with broken glass, needles, and random backyard visitors, they extended their fence and installed this camera.
We had the camera out probably close to 2 years. Yes, and since the camera up, really, we have seen probably the number of incidents reduced probably at least at 90%.
That camera is in question because of this Facebook post. Neighbor Evelise Young defends her friends.
It's not fair to them that they can't be comfortable in their own backyard and that they have to put up so many security cameras just to understand who is going there and what they're doing.
In a drafted response to the Facebook poster, Lexi Christie says, quote, "We've never said a word to anyone just coming to fish, but it was never just fitting. So all I ask is for some humanity. If you can't empathize, please leave us be. The fence and cameras are there for a reason." The county say the Christies have every right to have a camera. They'll need to see how it's fixed up, though, to verify if the location is allowed. In Port Charlotte, Samantha Serban, NBC2.
Oh, good. Fucking gotta love that Christmas music. Please. Are you fucking serious? Yeah. Just great. Fuck, you suck ass. Oh my god. I hate you. Ew. No.
Welcome back to Energy and Cleaning. Today, I'm giving you a doozy. You may be wondering to yourself, what is this little pocket for inside of your undergarments? Yes, this is a cleaning hack channel. We do a lot of underwear cleaning, a lot of laundry around here. But why does this pair of underwear have a pocket? What's hiding? Like, what do you hide in there? And this underwear does not have a pocket. Kind of the same reason why your jeans. What is this tiny little pocket for up here? Now, you may be saying to yourself, well, we're talking about undies. We can only imagine what sort of things are going up in here. You get what I'm saying? No, this is traditionally for a pocket watch, but people don't really carry around pocket watches anymore, at least unless you're a grandparent or something like that. But this is what this actual pocket is for. Lace, satin, those types of materials can really aggravate the sensitive skin down in your undercarriage right here. So on a material like this one, which is a little bit softer, it's more cotton, it's more of a spandex material, this one is not going to irritate your undercarriage as much. So that's why they don't need that extra piece of fabric. Whereas on something like lace, you're going to want, you don't want this briding up inside.
All right. The more you know.
okay, buddy. Okay. Okay, I can help you. We've been able to rescue three, but then the third one, we weren't quite in time. We tried really hard, but we couldn't save her. Anyone who has continuously watched my news stories has probably noticed a similar character popping up every once in a while, my dog Autumn. And I couldn't imagine how it would feel if I ever thought I had lost her. Now, so many families in Abbotsford are going through just that as they try to recover their family pets after flooding. So we have little nests for them to hide in so they feel safer. So I think Indy is probably in this one. They were trapped in the house, flooded. Some really great people went out and were able to get most of the animals out. But these guys being quite feral, it's really hard to catch them in a catastrophe situation. They stayed in the house. And it was about 4 days, I think, they were without food because nobody could get anywhere close. It was just so flooded. We went out because that's what we were good at, catching feral cats, scared cats. They've definitely been through some trauma. They had not eaten, and we did see some alarming kind of medical symptoms with them. We may see more animals coming up with exposures to toxins or contaminants, strange bacteria. We just don't know. What kind of symptoms are you seeing? So probably the biggest one is something called ataxia, which is kind of a wobbly, unsteady gait. So, they might stand up and take a few steps and wobble a little bit. And that can be caused by a number of different things. Their electrolytes have been off, and we've had some sudden high fevers, which can be caused by viruses or bacteria. So we're just trying to learn more about what they may have been exposed to so that we are prepared, in case more people start seeing this. These two are at least doing really well, and they're going to be able to reunite with their families soon. So we're so happy about that. In Fort Langley, Ashley Burr, City News.
Bilious fever was a medical diagnosis often used for any fever that exhibited the symptom of nausea or vomiting in addition to an increase in internal body temperature and strong diarrhea. Bilious means the condition was thought to arise from disorders of bile, the two types of which were two of the four humors of traditional Galenic medicine in 200 AD. The term is obsolete and not exhibited the symptom of nausea or vomiting in addition to an increase in internal body temperature and strong diarrhea. Bilious means the condition was thought to arise from disorders of bile, the two types of which were two of the four humors of traditional Galenic medicine in 200 AD. The term is obsolete and no longer used, but was used by medical practitioners in the 18th and 19th centuries, often cited as a cause on death certificates. President Lincoln's son Willie was said to have died from bilious fever. Modern diagnoses for the same symptoms would include a wide range of conditions and infections. Bilious fever, Latin bilis, bile, refers to fever associated with excessive bile or bilirubin in the bloodstream and tissues. Infections. Bilious fever, Latin bilis, bile, refers to fever associated with excessive bile or bilirubin in the bloodstream and tissues, causing jaundice, a yellow color in the skin or sclera of the eye. The most common cause was malaria. Viral hepatitis and bacterial infections of the bloodstream, sepsis, may have caused a few of the deaths reported as bilious fever.
मित्रों नमस्कार, मैं हूं आपका दोस्त डॉक्टर अनिल अग्रवाल। मेरे एक मित्र ने कहा कि bilious fever के ऊपर एक वीडियो बनाई जाए और उसने ये बात कमेंट बॉक्स में भी लिखी। फिर हालांकि उस रोग के अंदर फीवर हो
What?
Hey everyone, so I decided I would get into the game of updating the text and language of old historical public domain works. For my first one, I picked a short work called The Causes, Treatment, and Cure of Fever and Ague and Other Diseases of Bilious Climates. That is the entire title, by Charles Osgood. The text that I got a hold of was the 13th edition of this work, published in 1865. Earlier and later updates of this exist from decades earlier and decades later, made by the same man. This one is less of a book and more of an informational booklet that came with a product called India Colagogue, which was advertised as a cure to common illnesses that functions by purging miasma and bile from the human body. It's short, less than 20 pages, and I enjoyed reading and editing this one because it's a good window into what people from this time period thought about disease and medicine. It shows sort of how much medicine has advanced in even just a short time, since people still took the miasma theory seriously as late as the 1800s. My edition of this work is up on Amazon as an ebook, link in the description. I marked it as the first edition edited by Bilious History, because I wasn't sure how many editions Osgood put out after this one. I'll also be reading it out loud in this video for you all. Hope you enjoy. Here goes. The Causes, Treatment, and Cure of Fever and Ague and Other Diseases of Bilious Climates by Charles Osgood, MD. 13th edition, New York, 1865. First edition, edited by Bilious History, Pennsylvania, 2019. Note from the editor. This work is a copy of the documentation that came along with a medicine used in the 1800s to treat flu-like symptoms. The name of the medicine was India Colagogue, and its inventor and original author of this pamphlet was a Dr. Charles H. Osgood of Connecticut, along with his brother, name unknown. Although I have looked for some list of ingredients for this mix, I was yet unable to find them. I came across this written item while browsing historical archives of medical journals and decided that I would edit this work and publish it on my own platform, both to modernize the language, making it more understandable to a newer audience, and to raise awareness of an interesting part of what was once considered to be mundane life. I will release to the public my edition of this written work, along with an audio narration of it featuring my voice. Although antique bottles that once contained the Colagogue are not hard to find on collectors' websites, and advertisements for the Colagogue similar to this one are not hard to come by doing some searching through various newspaper and other historical archives, records of the life of Charles Osgood are not so easy to find, both because he shares a name with a modern-day Hollywood celebrity, and because there is currently, 5th May 2019, no Wikipedia page for this man, and for that matter, no Wikipedia page for India Colagogue either. I intend to create both of these Wikipedia pages and add what I know to them, in the interest of advancing humanity's collective knowledge about the past. If anyone else out there has knowledge or accurate sources on the topic, I encourage you to share your sources on Wikipedia for the world to see and for wiki editors to format correctly. A note before I begin, the original copy of this work featured a translation of the instructions into French, Spanish, and German. As I only know German, I could not give accurate translations of all three languages, so I decided to leave out the translation part of this work, which was previously featured after directions and before caution. Causes, treatment, cure, etc. No apology is needed when presenting the public with a remedy for the treatment and cure of fever and ague and other bilious diseases. Many in the U.S. who suffer from these afflictions in their various forms are driven to seek relief beyond the standard ability of their local physician. It therefore becomes a matter of both humanity and public interest to present them with a remedy prepared from much experience that can always be relied on as safe, effective, and non-debilitating. You'll find that...
Girl. You're very boring. Neonatal yes.
Biliousness. Biliousness, a term used in the 18th and 19th centuries pertaining to bad digestion, stomach pains, constipation, and excessive flatulence, passing gas. The quantity or quality of the bile was thought to be at fault for the condition. Hence, the name biliousness. Bilious derives from the French bilious, which in turn came from bilis, the Latin term for bile. Biliousness was generally laid to high living. The cure was moderation and frequent visits to the doctor.
What? That's it?
B-I-L-I-O-U-S-N-E-S-S.
It's all fucking itchy. Fucker. Cat scratch fever. Oh, cool. Interesting. No. Ow! No. Really? That's fucked up. Ow. Fuck a duck. Greatly. That's fucked up.
This is Outbreak News This Week, brought to you by the Global Dispatch Incorporated. Outbreak News This Week is your source for all the news about worms and germs. And now, your host, microbiologist and editor of OutbreakNewsToday.com. Here's Robert Harriman.
Well, hi, everybody. This is Robert, and welcome to today's show. And this is going to be a kind of a special show, right? I hope you had a fantastic Thanksgiving. And for this Thanksgiving weekend, I'm going to be playing a couple of medical history interviews that I've recorded in the past. And I hope you enjoy that as much as I love medical history. In the first half, and in the second half, writer and author going into the 19th century. Really good infectious disease history, U.S. history, world history, and I hope you enjoy it. And again, I encourage you to check out the website, OutbreakNewsToday.com, for all your news about worms and germs. Enjoy the interviews. And this year marks the 100th anniversary of the 1918 influenza pandemic, history's worst epidemic, which accounted for more deaths than World War I and World War II combined. Joining me for a little history about the 1918 outbreak is historian John M. Barry. John is the author of the book, The Great Influenza, and I encourage you to check it out if you never did. It's a good read. Hey, John, and welcome to the show, sir.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
Thank you, sir. Now, let's start out with the genesis of this outbreak. What do we really know? Where did it start and how long did it last?
Well, there are different hypotheses about where it started. We will probably never really know. It could have been in Asia, it could have been in France, it could have been in Kansas. All influenza viruses have a natural reservoir in birds. They're all bird flu. But the virus mutates pretty much as rapidly as anything in existence, and that gives it the ability to jump species. So that has happened as far as we look back in history. It will happen as far as we go forward. When a new influenza virus enters the human population, that's when you get a pandemic. Seasonal influenza, the virus mutates rapidly as well, but that's why you need a different vaccine every year, because the virus changes, but your immune system still has some ability to recognize it. But a new virus is quite different, will usually spread more explosively, and may or may not be more lethal than ordinary influenza. Obviously, in 2009, we had a pandemic. My guess is there were probably many events throughout history just like that passed without notice, because that outbreak was quite mild, even milder than ordinary seasonal influenza. I think we only picked it up because we have modern technologies, molecular biology and so forth, and the ability to identify the virus. However, There were also pandemics in 1957 and 1968. They were nothing like 1918, but they were certainly a lot worse than 2009. And then in 1918, we had the mother of all infectious disease outbreaks. It probably killed between 50 and 100 million people. And if you adjust for a population, that would be between roughly 225 million to 450 million people in today's world. Obviously, modern medicine is light years ahead of the ability of medicine to treat infectious disease back then. So many people's lives would be saved, but it would not solve the problem for a lot of reasons that we could go into. I mean, we are still extremely vulnerable to a severe pandemic.
So, John, based on all the research that you've done, though, as a historian, where do you think it started?
Well, I advanced a hypothesis in the book that it started in rural Kansas. But since the book came out, there's been a lot of scientific investigation of the virus, which suggests that the virus was around before, my hypothesis. It's not conclusive. It doesn't entirely kill the idea of Kansas, but it does weaken that hypothesis. As I said, nobody knows. There are theories that Vietnamese workers crossed North America on their way to World War I, and they brought it. There are theories that it started in a British Army camp in France in 1915, 1916. We really don't know.
And from start to finish, I mean, as best as you can tell me, how long did this pandemic last?
Well, there were some spring 1918 outbreaks that were hit or miss. In fact, it was a lot like 2009. There were some cities where it was somewhat explosive, even in 2009. And there are other cities that it didn't hit at all. In the United States, for example, New York had a very pronounced spring wave. Los Angeles didn't record a single death in the spring. But that first spring wave was not the killer, partly because it didn't infect as many people, partly because the case mortality wasn't as high. The virus did change, and then in the fall, that was a killing wave. Probably 2/3 of all the deaths occurred in probably about 12 weeks between late September and December 1918. Then there was a third wave that came January through April in 1919, which was also pretty lethal by any standard except the second wave. After that, the virus calmed down and became ordinary seasonal influenza.
So ballpark 15 months or so?
Something like, actually, almost exactly a year.
All right. John, what was the reaction among the medical community at this time in 1918?
Well, you had different. First, you had the research community, which was energized, and I mean, the scientists back then were quite capable. They didn't have the tools that we have. They didn't have the knowledge base that we have. They were great scientists.
Sure.
For example, one of the characters in the book, Paul Lewis, had proved that polio was a viral disease back in, I think, 1905, 1906, and then produced a vaccine that was 100% protective of monkeys before 1910. Another scientist, Oswald Avery, continued studying pneumonia after the influenza outbreak. Of course, that's what most people died of, pneumonia, either viral or bacterial. And he ended up discovering that DNA carried the genetic code, which is arguably the most important finding in the biological sciences in the 20th century. So but of course, they also had limitations. Number one, they didn't know what a virus was exactly in 1918. They didn't know if it was simply a really, really small bacteria and functioned like a bacteria, or whether it was a different kind of organism. There had been a very prominent German scientist named Pfeiffer who thought he had proven the cause of influenza. He was wrong. He named the pathogen Bacillus influenza, now it's called Haemophilus influenza, even though it has nothing to do with influenza, but that's the name. It was very difficult for them to develop vaccines, and they did have vaccine technologies back then. But it wasn't difficult, it was impossible because they didn't have the right pathogen. Even today, our ability to develop a good vaccine against influenza is extremely limited because the virus mutates so rapidly. I'm not sure if people realize how relatively ineffective influenza vaccines are. I mean, in the last 15 years or so, they've ranged from 10% effective to 61% effective compared to vaccines against other diseases, which are in the high 90s% effectiveness. It's a totally different ballpark.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are recognizing that shortcoming this year, as a matter of fact.
A lot of publicity about the not a great match this year, which is, okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, it's really why we need to devote resources to a universal vaccine, one that will work against all influenza viruses, and there has been enough progress towards that to suggest that it can be achieved, but we have not put resources into that pursuit over the last few decades when we should have done it.
Yeah, I saw that several senators put out a piece of legislation called the Flu Vaccine Act, basically specifically to take care of that one issue of getting a universal flu vaccine out there. We'll see where it goes. John, this pandemic occurred during World War I. How did the war affect the pandemic?
Well, I don't really think it had a lot of effect on it, other than the public health. Well, in terms of its spread, I don't think it had a lot of impact. I think in terms of the public health response, it had a tremendous impact. Because of the war, European nations were censoring the press. In the United States, they didn't technically censor it, but they did. The U.S. government did create propaganda arms, something called the Committee for Public Information, and at the heart of this was the idea that, and this is a direct quote from the architect of this, the truth or falsehood are arbitrary terms. Matters little if something is true or false. All that matters is whether it can move people. So that was the attitude the government took toward giving people information. And in an effort to keep morale up, bad news was discouraged. Of course, serious illness was bad news. So you had national public health leaders say, this is ordinary influenza by another name. It was known as Spanish flu. I mean, one thing we do know is it did not start in Spain. There was no influenza in Spain until May, long after a lot of outbreaks elsewhere. But Spain was not at war, and its press was writing about the disease at length, and the king got sick. So it became known as Spanish flu. Anyway, you've got national public health leaders saying this is ordinary influenza by another name. And local public health leaders are echoing that you have nothing to worry about, don't get scared, so forth and so on. But at the same time, excuse me, people are seeing their neighbors or their spouse die sometimes within 24 hours of the first symptom. sometimes with horrific symptoms. People were turning so dark blue from lack of oxygen. You know, doctors were saying they couldn't tell black patients from white patients. Some people were bleeding not only from their nose and mouth, but actually from their ears and even their eyes. These are pretty frightening symptoms. I can't imagine something more frightening. And at the same time, their leadership and the political leaders, as well as public health, are saying this is, you know, don't worry about it. Well, pretty soon people stopped listening. You know, they weren't that stupid. They knew this was not ordinary influenza by another name. And the fact that they couldn't trust anybody, they couldn't trust their leadership to tell them the truth, it was extremely alienating. I think there were, in many parts of this country and probably in the world, according to the Red Cross, there was a fear akin to the plagues of the Middle Ages. You had instances where people were starving to death, excuse me, because nobody would bring them food. There was plenty of food, but even in there are cases where, for instance, his sister wouldn't step near the house where the family was ill, and you know that is very unlike most disasters, wherein usually people come together and act heroically. And certainly there were some individuals who were heroic, and doctors and nurses were almost universally heroic. They did not, as a general rule, shrink from trying to help people. But it was a different... in fact, let me give you an example. Philadelphia was one of the largest cities in the country, and there was a doctor there, actually at the time he was a medical student, who was working in an emergency hospital, and every day he drove home to the hospital over 12 miles. And he saw so few cars on the road that he started counting them. And one day in a city, one of the largest cities in the country, in a drive of 12 miles, he did not see one other car on the road. He said the life of the city has almost stopped. You know, people who stayed home from work and so forth, I mean, the absenteeism was extraordinarily high, even in war industries where workers were told it was their patriotic duty to go to work. So, I mean, people were frightened, and society began to disintegrate, frankly. And that's not an overstatement. There's, I quoted a guy named Victor Vaughn, who had been the dean of the University of Michigan Medical School, and like many others, when the war started, he became an officer, and he was the head of the Army's Division of Communicable Diseases. And he commented that, this is a direct quote, if the current rate of acceleration continues for a few more weeks, civilization could easily disappear from the face of the earth, unquote. And, you know, he was commenting on the disintegration of society, the amount of fear out there.
So, John, I want to piggyback on, we're talking a little bit about the public trust in the government. How did Woodrow Wilson and the Sedition Act play into all that?
Well, the law you just cited, and there were actually a couple of laws. One said that, or made it punishable by 20 years in prison for criticizing the government. And this was something that was actually enforced. A congressman was sentenced to 15 years in jail for criticizing the government, a congressman. There were basically, informers for the Justice Department who were given badges. There were more than 100,000 of them who were out there reporting any disloyal statements.
Wow.
So this, in fact, when a newspaper in Wisconsin started printing the truth about the pandemic and the death toll, an Army general actually began prosecution of them, started the process anyway to prosecute them for violating some of these laws, although that prosecution was dropped as the pandemic proceeded. But that was the attitude toward the truth back then, probably considerably worse than at any other time in our history.
Yeah, it's very frightening. Let me ask you about the actual strain. Unlike this flu season, which is most devastating on the very young and the older, this affected mostly young adults. And what made this particular strain so pathogenic?
Well, they're still asking that question, and we've, of course, the scientific community has sequenced the genome, and we can reconstruct it and so forth, and we have some ideas, but we really don't know exactly. I think the best hypothesis as to why this tended to kill people between 20 and 40, which was probably 2/3 of the deaths were certainly under 65, and most of those were between 20 and 40, which is very unlike most influenza outbreaks, when 93% of the dead are over 65. Anyway, the most likely hypothesis is that the immune systems of the young adults are much more robust than for the elderly. And if the virus was in the lung, then the immune system was launching every weapon it had to kill the virus. And the battlefield was the lung. So it was kind of like that Vietnam commander who said we had to destroy the village to save it. The immune system was destroying the lungs to try to defeat the virus. So I think that is a hypothesis that is the leading one, and the one that makes the most sense to me.
Right. And let me go ahead and close with this, and I want an opinion from you. John, you clearly are an expert in this. How vulnerable are we to a similar pandemic, and what have we learned from the 1918 pandemic?
Well, we're extremely vulnerable. As we were discussing earlier, the best vaccine is a 60% effective. It would not be effective against a new pandemic virus. It would take, at this point, at least 5 or 6 months to develop a vaccine. In a best case, and even then, there's no reason to think it would be any more effective than the vaccines that we have now against seasonal flu. In addition, although medical care is infinitely better than it was then, if you have an individual isolated case, you can practically perform miracles. For example, in the 2009 pandemic, which did hit some people with great severity, you had people in ICUs where the blood was actually taken out of their body because their lungs weren't functioning, and the blood was oxygenated outside the body and then recirculated until the people's lungs recovered. They could.
you are, George.
Thanks, Barry. It sure is swell of you to lend me all this stuff.
That's right, anything for a friend. I won't eat it for 2 weeks.
Oh, your friends are sure going to miss you, especially Lorraine. Hey, that's some party she's planning for Saturday.
Don't tell me. But I've been going on these camping trips with a family ever since I was a kid. And, well, you know how it is.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'll see you in 2 weeks. Don't forget to send a postcard. So long.
See ya.
Haven't you dressed yet? You know we want to leave right away.
Oh, I had to wash the car. Nobody here had helped me. It's a lucky thing George came along and helped. It's a good thing I have friends.
Now, Barry, every member of the family's been doing his share. Diana's been with me, and Dick's with your father.
Besides, Mother had to pack your suitcase because you and George took up so much time.
That's my shirt. My best cat.
Oh, Barry, now look what you've done. Barry! My tennis racket. You, Dad, look what Barry did.
I see, Dick. Well, never mind. Barry will let you use his racket instead.
Well, I can't. I just lent it to George.
I declare, Barry, I do wish you'd show as much consideration for the members of your own family as you do for your outside friends.
At least as much as you do for Lorraine.
You leave her out of this. Maybe I would. If my family'd show me as much consideration as my friends do.
That's enough, Barry.
You see, everybody's always picking on me.
Change your clothes, Barry. We're waiting to leave.
Bitch, Barry.
Well, you don't have to wait any longer. I'm not going.
Not going?
No.
Oh, Barry!
I'd rather stay here with my friends.
Do your outside friends really mean more to you than we do?
Don't you consider your family your friends?
Well, how can a guy be friends with his family?
Oh, well, maybe he can't be. In any case, we're going away to have fun. We don't put anyone along who doesn't want to come. You'd rather stay here alone.
Oh, I won't be alone. I've got my friends.
Never mind. You'll be all right. Here, son. You can charge your food at the grocery.
Oh, gee, thanks, Dad.
Goodbye, Barry. Take care of yourself.
I will, Mother.
We'll leave your fishing tackle and suitcase.
Okay, swell, Dad. Thanks. See you, Dick.
Goodbye, Barry.
Bye.
Goodbye, Barry.
Bye, Mother.
Goodbye forever, Barry. Barry isn't a fucking douchebag. I don't fucking like Barry.
Hello? Lorraine? This is Barry. Yeah. Say, I'll be able to come to your party after all. This is the life. Get up when you're good and ready. What day is it? Who knows? What did I do all day yesterday? Who cares?
Because I got hot.
And the day before?
Because I got hot. La, 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 da, da, da.
Must be one of my friends.
You don't have any friends. Friends are for fools.
Hello? Oh, Freddie? No, Diane isn't here. She's going away with the family. About 10 more days. All right, Freddie.
That's why you don't have
What is he
friends.
seeing,
You're fucking dicks. You look
Diana?
like Freddy. Everybody loves
Running
Freddy.
around with her shirt tail hanging out. Wonder what she's doing now. Getting in somebody's hair.
Ugh.
And Dick. He's probably splashing around in the water, making a pest of himself. That's an idea. Get a gang and go swimming. Just my friends. No kids hanging around. And no parents telling us to be careful.
I guess I'm struggling to fix those.
Nobody home. I'll call Jack.
Oh
no.
That's cute.
He's gone away on vacation. Why haven't any of my friends called me? I'll call George. Want my tennis racket anyway. That's no good. He's taken a job. Wanted me to go to work too. Wish I had the car. Well, might as well eat breakfast and go out and see what I can stir up. Must be somebody around. Come on in, George.
Just for a minute. I promised the folks I'd come straight home from the movie.
I forgot you're not a free man.
It must be great.
Let's have some dinner.
Dinner? Haven't you eaten yet?
No, eating's like everything else now. I eat when and what I please.
Doesn't look like you're going to eat much tonight.
Oh, we'll rustle up something. That's the fun of it.
No, thanks. I had plenty to eat. Ron's a mighty good cook, you know.
Yeah, I know. By the way, I've got some time and I could use my tennis racket.
Oh, well, I do have a date to play Saturday and my racket is broken. But of course, if
I'll
you
have it back to you Saturday.
Okay, fair enough. I'll come around with it in the morning.
That's all right. I'll pick it up at your house. I've got lots of time.
Okay, thanks, Barry. You're a real pal. So long.
So long. Real pal, am I? Huh. Real pal to lend him my racket so he can go off and play with somebody else. Wouldn't you think a friend would ask you to come along?
Such is the rule of honor. That's what it was.
Huh. And wouldn't you think he'd invite a guy to dinner? What are friends for, anyway? If his folks went away, my mother would be quick enough to ask him for dinner. Yeah, she sure would. Mom's mighty good about things like that. But the family enjoyed their dinner tonight. Lively conversation. Not much fun eating alone. Not much fun spending the day alone. Where is everybody? Well, at least there's Lorraine's party Saturday night.
Not funny, but.
This is no good. Beans, beans, beans. I have to start eating in restaurants. With what? I should have asked Dad for more money.
Should have.
He wouldn't have given me any.
Well,
I'll bet he would.
because that's what I said before.
Funny thing about Dad, he always comes through if you give him a chance. Hello? Hi, Lorraine. How's the party shaping up? Oh. I'm sorry to hear you're sick. What's the matter?
Lucas.
The party's off. I'm out of money. Nobody to do things with. Why not take that job? Keep me busy during the day. Give me a little money. Yeah. Ask George about it. Tired. 4 days at the garage and I'm tired. What's the matter with me? Mr. Simpson says I'm a born mechanic. Ought to stick with it. Maybe I should forget about going to college. Maybe. Wish Dad were here so we could talk it over. Wish Dad were here, period. Or if I were with Dad. He's having the time of his life. He's a good fisherman, too. And a good sport. Always have a good time with Dad. He has a good time with me, too. I probably took away some of his fun by staying home. That's a selfish thing to do. But then, he has Dick. Good old Dick.
Say, Barry, how about a game of checkers? You aren't doing anything. I've got a surefire system. I guarantee I'll beat you. If you give me 2 men.
Wait.
Selfish thing to do. I probably took away some of his fun by staying home. That's a selfish thing to do. But then,
I think you want to go to family outing.
yes, Dick. Good old Dick.
Say, Barry, how about a game of checkers? You aren't doing anything. I've got a surefire system. I guarantee I'll beat you. If you give me 2 men. How about it, Barry? You aren't doing anything.
Not doing anything. Boy, how I'd like to play checkers with you right now.
Okay. Woo!
It's lonely. I never before listened to
Oh,
an
this is why
empty house.
I'm
Harry, Diane's bringing home a few friends this afternoon, and I'd like to surprise them.
Oh,
Will
I'm
you
so
step down to
happy.
the drugstore and get some ice cream?
I'll let her get her own ice cream. Why should I bother? What's she ever done for me?
Barry.
Barry, guess what? You forgot to have your suit pressed to wear to the school play tonight. So I took it down and waited for it. What would Lorraine think?
They're swell people. All of them. They do the kind of things you expect of your friends. Friends. That's it. They're the most dependable friends I have. Yeah, they sure are. But what kind of a friend have I been to them?
Something running down the street. Oh, there's a black people. Did not even need to.
Hi there. Gee, I've missed you folks, have you?
Well, we certainly miss you.
And you should see the way they fixed up the old pavilion.
You mean the roof doesn't leak?
Have you been all right, Barry?
Yeah, I've been swell, only I'm looking forward to one of those terrific...
Well, I'll get.
You know, Mother, you never really appreciate your family until they're not around. Hi, fella.
You know, it sort of spoils things for this. You're not being there.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I gotta help Dad unload the car. Hi, Dad. Here, let me take these.
How'd you make out?
Swell.
Good.
Look, Barry got me a new tennis racket. The gift from your clumsy brother.
That's very thoughtful of you, Barry.
Well, why not? I broke it, didn't I?
Gee, Barry, you're slow.
Yeah.
Diana, what's the
Until you
matter?
fucking got no money left.
What happened, dear?
Then you were fucking-
Oh, it was Freddie. He can't take me to the party tonight.
Oh, that's too bad.
But I think your father could drive you over. But I'll be the only girl without a date.
Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea how we can fix that. What do you think of this? I can get the car in top shape if you'll let me drop you at the office and take the car to the garage. Mr. Simpson says I can work on it whenever there's any slack time. And of course, there's Saturdays. What do you think?
Well, I think that's a good idea.
Well, gentlemen, how do we look?
Mother.
Well, Is that my sister? Well, no wonder all those fellas telephoned while you were away.
Barry, are you sure you don't mind taking me to the party?
Oh, look, it was my idea, wasn't it? I only hope I can show you a good time. Come on.
Sure, have a good
time. Bye, Dad.
Bye.
Don't worry, madam. I'll bring your daughter home early. Goodbye. Go on.
Come on, Barry.
See you there.
Bye. Gee, it's fun to be with people you like, isn't it?
Yes, it's always good to be with your friends. Your friends at school, and your friends at work, and your friends at home.
Thoughtfulness? Everybody tells me to be more thoughtful. Well, I'd like to be more thoughtful. If I only knew what it meant. Why should I worry about being thoughtful? What'll it get me? In this world, it's every man for himself.
On the next story.
How do you go about being thoughtful? What do you do? Every time I try, I only make things worse.
No thanks. It's probably one of the few things I actually do know about. Apparently, you can be too nice. Somebody kill me, please. I'm on my knees. Pretty please kill me. I want to die. Put a bullet in my head. Huh. Maybe I'm not pretty, maybe I'm just I got a belly and I got a bum.
It's all bullshit, folks. It's all bullshit, and it's bad for you. Now, you wouldn't know it from some of the things I've said over the years, but I like people. I do. I like people, but I like them in short bursts. I don't like people for extended periods of time. I'm all right with them for a little while, but once you get up past around minute and a half, I gotta get the fuck out of there. And my reason is for one that you may share, possibly. I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bullshit. Yeah. Tell the truth. Don't be bullshitting people. Like I say, there's enough bullshit as it is. There's enough bullshit as it is. In fact, there's just enough. Did you know that? There's just enough bullshit to hold things together in this country. Bullshit is the glue that binds us as a nation. Where would we be without our safe, familiar American bullshit? Land of the free, home of the brave, the American dream. All men are equal, justice is blind, the press is free, your vote counts. Business is honest, the good guys win. The police are on your side. God is watching you.
Your standard of living will never decline, and everything is going to be just fine. The official national bullshit story. I call it the American okey doke. Every one of those items is provably untrue at one level or another, but we believe them because they're pounded into our heads from the time we're children. That's what they do with that kind of stuff. They put it in the heads of kids. They pound it in there because they know kids are too young to be able to mount a sophisticated argument against these kind of ideas. And so kids, and up to a certain age, by the way, kids are going to believe everything a grown-up tells them, everything. So kids never learn to question things. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? People are too fat and happy. People are way too fucking prosperous for their own good. Everyone's got a cell phone that'll make pancakes and rub their balls now, you know? So nobody wants to rock the boat. And people just gizmo. Americans have been bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. No one questions things in this country anymore. No one questions things. Now, okay. You remember Barbara Bush? I call her the silver douchebag. You remember her? Barbara Bush. She is the mother of Governor George Bush. I call him Governor Bush because that's the only elected office he ever held legally in our country. I don't care where they hang his portrait. I don't care how big his library is. He'll always be Governor Bush. I don't even capitalize his name when I type it anymore. So she's the mother of Governor George Bush. She's also the wife of his father, George H.W. Bush, who did become president in the normal, legal, traditional manner. And when he did, she came along for the ride as first lady. And that's been the tradition up till now. A man has been elected, and the woman has come along for the ride as the first lady. And usually, as in American life in general, the woman is condescended to, patronized, given something to do to keep her busy. A lot of times they give her a charity or a cause, something she can champion. Betty Ford was told to drink. Remember that?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was Betty Ford's assignment. Betty, you get drunk and get totally fallen down, fucked up, face drunk, okay? You just get fucked up drunk, and we'll hose you down, baby. We'll hose you down. We'll put you in a facility, you'll get sober, and then we'll put your name in the facility. Liza Minnelli can get sober, and everything's going to be okay, right? That was her assignment. Barbara Bush's assignment was getting children to read. Remember that? Getting children to read. They figured she had had so much success with George. That she would be a natural to get children to read, which misses the point completely. Not important to get children to read. Children who want to read are going to read. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read. Children should be taught to question everything, to question everything they read, everything they hear. Children should be taught to question authority. Parents never teach their children to question authority because parents are authority figures themselves and they don't want to undermine their own bullshit inside the household. So they stroke the kid and the kid strokes them and they all stroke each other and they all grow up all fucked up and they come to shows like this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Wait, what? You lie. Oh, an email.
One of our proudest comedy finds is with us tonight. He's starring at Basin Street East here in New York, certainly one of the most important clubs in the country. His name is George Carlin. He spoofs many things of a not-so-serious nature. He's a bright and very contemporary comedian. So I understand his act tonight's got a little bit more sting than usual. So let us all listen together. But here is George Carlin.
Hi, how are you? Thank you very much, Merv. Thank you all. Thank you.
Leave him alone then.
Really, it's impossible to pick up a newspaper these days without reading something about a protest or a march or a demonstration. This group is protesting another group's march and demonstrating against their bonfire and their rally. The pickets are against the pickets. They're picketing the pickets now. There's even one group that next week is having a parade to protest the fact that they can't get a parade permit. Now, that's kind of strange. It's really, it's getting just a little bit out of hand. The Hertz Rent-A-Pickets are doing wonderfully, of course. But the signs are what really scare you from time to time. Let's get out of Vietnam. Let's get out of the UN. Let's get out of the street. We're blocking the traffic. Ban the bomb the ban. Genghis Khan is alive in Argentina. He is not. Join the Mother's March on sore feet. It's gotten very strange. I even saw one guy with a sign that had nothing on it, absolutely blank, except down on the bottom it said, "Your grievance in this space, call Judson 414." But it is a little strange about these groups. We often talk about extremism and radicals, and I thought to clear a little of the air about it, we invited a fellow with us here tonight who's a member of one of these so-called radical groups. He's the local chapter head of the John Birch Society. His name is Lyle O. Higley. The O stands for Old Glory. He's a veteran of 2 wars, a depression, and a Mets doubleheader. Let's give him a nice welcome, Lyle O. Higley. Thank you. Thank you very much. The name is Lyle Higley. I'm the head of the local chapter of the John Birch Society. I'm what you might call your local chapter head. And that's a New York chapter that takes in New York, New Jersey, and parts of Idaho. Having a little trouble making up the zones, but we're working off an old Lewis and Clark map, you understand? That's not the only thing the Attorney General will let us have, quite frankly. But we're very well known in the area. We won the Mixed Bowling League last year. That's pretty important, pretty progressive for an outfit like ours. Of course, I feel that's what we need is a little more progress here in the 19th century. Huh? A lot of good things coming along for you. The Industrial Revolution's right around the corner. Steam engine will be finished next week. A lot of good things coming along for the ladies. At this time, I was going to have a guest speaker for us tonight. I had invited the head of the Ku Klux Klan, the Grand Imperial Almighty Omnipotent Invincible Stomper. However, his wife won't let him out of the house tonight. We have the supply officer in charge of sheets and ropes. He's been coming along very nicely in the Klan. He started off as a clud, then he went to a kloop, and legal klaxon klepto. Now he's a clod. He's just been acquitted of murder for the 6th time. We'd like to introduce him now. Collie Lee Collie. That's weird. He's got his dog with him. His dog's a collie, too. How do you like it? Thank you very much. I'd just like to address my remarks in the Northern Commie Liberal Pinko Press. I have been living in the South for 27 years, and I have never seen a cross burning on anybody's lawn. I've seen whole neighborhoods go up. Thank you very much, Collie. I think we all realize he's not playing with a full deck, folks. And before we leave you tonight, I have one thing I'd like to remind you. The girls have been busy all week packing up the John Birch authorized kits. Everything is ready to go. It's got everything you need. We'd like every one of you to have one. You get your Donald Duck grenade launchers in there. You see a grenade launcher with the little Donald Duck on his side. 200 tickets to the witch hunt up in Salem next week. You got the John Birch handbook on how to persecute without prosecuting. And mainly, we got a document that every American ought to see. This here is a list of 146 outstanding communists in the State Department. Each and every one of these 123 names has been thoroughly investigated by the FBI. We're going to take these 94 guys and throw them in jail where they belong. The whole 62 of them, believe me. You get a list with 38 names on it like that, you know how to work with it. We know how to handle these 17 commies. Not one of the 5 of them will get away. And when that guy shows up, he's in trouble, pal, I'll tell you that.
Does the time bother you? I get bothered by the time. Not so much the time itself, the people bother me for the time. People come up to me on the street. I'm sure you've had this happen to you. People come up to you and say, what time it is? Well, they might say, what time is it? I shouldn't get into these ballads. Up to you and say, what time is it? What time is it? As if you personally were responsible for keeping time. You know, I feel honored, first of all, that they thought I was the man in charge. But I do have to explain, you don't see official timekeeper on here, do you? I don't have the time, of course not. Do you have the time? That's another way they say, do you have the time? Saying, no, I don't believe I do. I certainly didn't have it this morning. Did you leave it somewhere? Well, do you have the time? No, I don't have the time. I use a little of it like everyone, you know. But I don't have it. I think the Navy has it. In Washington, isn't it? They keep it in an observatory, that's right. Sure, they let out a little of it each day. Not too much. They wouldn't want to give us too much. Just enough. Time. Sometimes they'll say, do you know what time it is? And I say, yes. I hate to disappoint them, but there is no time. There is no time. I don't mean there's no time. I mean there's no time. When the hell is it? We made that whole thing up. There's no time. We made it up. It's a man-made invention, time. There are no numbers up in the sky. I've looked. They're not there. We made this stuff up. When is it? When the hell is it? When are we, I ask you? When are we? Sometimes we think we know where we are, but we don't really know when we are. When the hell is it? All the time zones are different. Every calendar you run across is different. They'll all give you a different answer. These are calendars. These are made to keep track of time. Everybody's got a different one. Chinese are way up there in the 5,000 and 6,000s. Hebrew calendars way up in the 5,000 and 6,000. We're open about 1970 something shit. This ain't a couple of weeks. These people are off. This is thousands of goddamn years that are
Killer tornadoes.
The pandemic are on display. China is still following a strict zero COVID policy of trying to eliminate